It was here, the city of gold.
A golden light. Could it be?
The key remains shrouded in mystery.
What in the world is that?
What is this relic of theirs? Who made it? And to what end?
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last!
With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Woklamat!
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. In retrospect, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
You four will compete in the right of succession. The outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
We are blessed siblings, the ultimate chosen.
Our nation can change for the better.
I am bound to no one.
Woklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
A waste of time. I can always take what I need later.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built.
It is through embracing innovation that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict.
All this time, it was here, the city of gold.
A golden light. Could it be?
the key remains shrouded in mystery.
What in the world is that?
What is this relic of theirs? Who made it? And to what end?
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last!
Hello! Okay. Alright. Well, so we have been long overdue a couple of things getting uploaded onto the channel, none the least of which are cuter, less insulting emotes to me as a human being. It has to be said. But, hey everybody, welcome in. Clary, thank you so much for the 2 years of being subbed. You don't have to have a bit for that. 2 years is an accomplishment in and of itself, and I am incredibly thankful. So thank you so much for re-upping your sub with us. We have some new Final Fantasy XIV specific Twitch alerts for subbing and doing bits and raids and the whole 9 yards, so maybe we'll see some of those. This is my desperate attempt to get you to give me money so that way you can see things, which you will ultimately have seen before. They're all like Final Fantasy XIV icons and stuff from like the like Final Fantasy XIV fan kit. You get it. But anyways, the point of it is, hey, for those of you who are curious about what our reactions were to previous instances of the MSQ, we are actually simulcasting directly over on YouTube. So if you prefer the YouTube format, if you're one of the like 5 people paying for YouTube Premium, whatever, you're able to go watch all of our past broadcasts there live, which 1NFK has made fun of us copious a number of times on some of those live streams. So thanks for that, 1NFK. I think we like engagement. But yeah, I think let's just go ahead and get rocking and rolling. Something. Spoilers, obviously. Something. If you don't have your Chakoprakir mounts yet, get those here. Oh, actually, friend of the show, Altari Emotive, did a little bit of research for us. You are actually able to redeem multiple codes on the same account. So, theoretically, if you had some sort of alternative Twitch account, which might also have an Amazon Prime associated with it, and you hypothetically wanted to watch on that account, give me your Prime sub, and then redeem the Chakoprakir code for a different character on your Final Fantasy XIV account, there is nothing stopping you from doing that. Just a little tip from us to you. So there you go. Wow, it was slightly too subtle of a username. I couldn't quite figure out who you were, but I appreciate that, yeah. And hey, Top Hat, good to see you. Yeah, we're just gonna get rocking and rolling from there. I think that's everything. Hope everybody enjoyed their federal holiday yesterday. Let's go. Tigerine, oh, hey. It's good to see you. Do you have your Chakoprakir mount yet? And if you don't, are you planning on staying with me? Smile. You do not? Perfect. Hell yeah. Appreciated. Hope you guys have been doing well. I do hate how the chat widget breaks every single time. We really do gotta fix that, huh? Hold on. Can someone try sending another message real fast? Good. Appreciated. Thanks. Okay. You spent your federal holiday playing for well over 12 hours because you were distracto? Hell yeah. perfect. You were deep in MSQ and you came to see me suffer. That does not bode well. Everyone has been telling me they've been enjoying Dawntrail. So seeing me suffer has a very different energy than the vibe I've been getting from almost everyone else. But, alright. Maybe we fixed the chat problem? We'll see. But let's get into it. Oh, you mean suffer affectionate. Oh, of course. How foolish of me. It is good to see you, though, by the way. When we're done with, Dawntrail, depending on how good the field operations are and stuff like that, I have been talking about Project Zomboid again because my brain is always on two things, and that's Ishgard and killing zombies. There's also other things that my brain is on. We'll get there. Anyways, what did we do since last time? We, what do you mean? Oh, okay. That's true. There is like crafting and like gearing up for EXs and stuff. I've been hearing about PF and that, and it sounds mighty interesting. But this is the major cliff notes since last time. We went to Tural. Tural is the name. It's Shock Tural and Yok Tural. Absolutely no bearing on the real world in any way, shape, or form. But we went to Tuliolal, which is sort of this big central megapolis, megapolis, super city, which is the capital of the newly united peoples of these lands. There is a succession crisis going on where the biological child and two adopted children of the leader of the entirety of Tural has also Galul Jaja. Don't worry about him. Galul Jaja is the good one. Oh god, I have a pronunciation guide and a persona dramatis. Bakul Jaja. Bakul Jaja is the fourth claimant to the throne who is not one of the direct royal family. He's not directly related in any meaningful way. But they're all duking it out. There's this big trial where they have these Pokedexes where they have to slot in their gym badges after they make one of the electors think they're good. Insert quote about the elector counts here. I don't think any of you guys know Warhammer Fantasy. I don't think that means anything. But yeah, that is the meat and potatoes. We're trying to go up a big mountain. We're trying to go up. Can I find the big mountain in the scenery? Basically, there is a big mountain, and we're trying to go up it because there are a race of giants up there who had previously enslaved the Pelu, and they might know something about the City of Gold. You get it. So, yeah. Ooh! Hello! Try and see if you did this right. It looks promising, it has to be said. Ooh, and thank you, Totally Not Mespia, for the follow. That is going to definitely not annoy anyone who's used to playing Final Fantasy XIV, I'm sure. But I did think it was a cute little sound effect, so. Healing situation in Dawntrail is rough. You're in Crafting Gathering Hell as well as setting up a static for next month. Hell yeah. You're not setting up a static because you want to continue enjoying life the way God intended, playing the Pentameld Casino and then going home for dinner with your hit points intact. I mean, fair enough. We do have bongos. Hold on. Oh no, that's the Final Fantasy XIV folder. Hold on, I need my streaming folder. And then the Final Fantasy resources inside of my streaming folder. Don't worry, it all makes perfect sense. Is that what we wanted? Oh man. I actually can't increase the danger bongo noise. We'll fiddle with it later. I wanted the tell sound effect because I thought it would really aggravate someone. The healing situation is so bad, and by bad you mean amazing? What? Okay. Healing requires a ton of skill and split-second triage. I see. That bodes well. But yeah. Let's rock and roll, hey? I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Oh god, Wooklemat, I'm sorry, I've just left you here for like 2 days. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Okay, that's not talking to me about the things that you want to talk about, though. Wooklemat, this is not talking about our feelings. Okay. I mean, I did immediately leave you to attune to the Aetherite, so that way we could teleport back here next time, but you get it. Tegu is a type of lizard IRL. Really? Okay. Is it bad that I saw the name of this place was Many Fires and I was like, good. Just like what I have to deal with on a nigh constant basis. Now that I've decided to share, I feel so nervous. This place is called Many Fires for the constant stream of peddlers and travelers who make camp here after climbing the stairs. Oh, that's right, there was a natural disaster, a storm, which took out the stairs by which people would normally come up here. We came up here by a mine in which there were some slimes that, like, metamorphosized into us, which could either mean weird Allegan cloning horseshit, or them just reusing assets that they already had from the, like, Omega fights and, like, the other times, so yeah. You've been having a ton of fun healing? Hell yeah, JR. There's peril in healing right now that wasn't there in Endwalker? Okay. This side of the region is so different from where the Hanu live. The striking colors of the vegetation alone. Yeah, we were talking about this last time, right? I was wondering how much of this was necessarily inspired by the purple trees in Lakeland. This seems a cozy spot for Wooklemat to let her guard down. I know it can't be easy for her. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either.
Oh.
For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost, before I became a meal for some beast. Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding. But the head of resolve praised me for surviving.
The head of
ordeal.
resolve is the one who is sleeping, right?
I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though.
Oh no. Okay.
On and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Aww. We've been kind of harping on about the you can't measure your worth by the success of others, but I mean, I think it's a good question, right? There's been a lot of like weird conversation. Fontaine was like, I wanted to be a goldsmith because I wanted to bring people happiness, and I was like, Fontaine, don't bullshit me. You wanted to be a goldsmith because you wanted to make money, because that's why any of us take a job. But there has been this conversation about why does anyone want to do anything. So and hey 1NFK, we question. Thank you for all your comments on the YouTube videos. Okay, I'm gonna say why do we want the throne. I need to go adjust something on the light. It's actually facing the wrong way, but I'll be listening along with you. We're all in this together.
Why? Because my father built a nation where everyone can live in peace, and I want to keep it that way. I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali.
Aww.
It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation.
But it's not endangering
Let's just
others.
concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Meanwhile, in the second Promises camp, we did meet Thancred and Orionje.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Orionje fucking betrays us every other
You
expansion.
made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it.
It's normal for him.
Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions.
That's just untrue. You were a warrior of
Stirs
darkness.
within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates. The head of the students of Bardessian. And then, there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us.
So does no one in Tural know that we saved the world? Like, and also the world is sort of like shorthand. Do they not know that we saved all of reality, I guess? They don't. Okay. You know, it'd be like that sometimes.
Not that I have any intention of bowing out.
What's the reason, Tigerine? They really were just
Our
sitting there
time at
listening.
Urkopacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray.
Ooh, no, I don't want spoilers.
Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
I mean, I don't know why you have to be the
Well,
Dawn
that's a start.
Servant for that, Kona.
I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine
Hear,
that approach.
feel, think.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
So somebody attacking them and stealing the keystones from them? Sure. Meanwhile, with the first promise, that's Zeralja.
Your rivals still lag behind.
The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you.
I do not like Cyrielja.
How can they hope to compete with a resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant.
He's got such slimy worm tongue energy.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it.
He's got such, like, evil vizier energy.
My plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
What a strange interaction. Like, just what am I supposed to glean from this scene? Very relevant later. Okay. Earlier, with Bakul Jaja. So I was wondering if this Apollyon was a Tural Vidral.
Good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all.
I wonder if the house cat is dead yet.
Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have two more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that?
We care only about the contest and proving our superiority.
Okay. Yeah, Jafar, 1NFK. Exactly there.
Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city.
Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it.
Okay.
I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind.
My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Is it weird that I'm slowly becoming a Bakul Jaja apologist? I'm sorry. I just like there's something about Bakul Jaja which makes me feel like not like forgiving him, right? But like of all of them so far, Bakul Jaja is like the closest to like the common man, right? Because like the thing is he's not of the royal family. There's like whatever weird thing is going on with the Mamulja, but like I don't know, like he's kind of dumb and like vaguely well-meaning for his own family. I don't know. It is good to see Wuklemat more sure of herself. I'm not wrong, but just keep going. Okay. I'm glad we could take a moment to talk things through. Wuklemat seems much happier for it. It doesn't matter if Wuklemat's scared of alpacas or gets sick on boats. It doesn't matter who she is or what it doesn't change who she is or what she means to her people. I have some small experience with the pressures of leadership and crumbling beneath its weight, as you well know, referring to the Crystal Braves in the ARR post. If anything good can be said to have come from my failures, I hope it is my capacity to help others avoid similar mistakes. I mean, like, I don't know that Bakul Jaja is smart enough to subjugate the rest of the continent, right? Like, I mean, I think he would be a petty tyrant, right? But like, I don't know that if any of us were like a spoiled child from a rich family, that like we wouldn't have like the same stupidity going into it, right? Like the problem is like how many people think like, oh, if I was the leader of the free world, I would do all sorts of change. And it's not because like you're intrinsically a hostile or evil person. It's just because you're ignorant and you don't understand the forces that are at play, right? So, but yeah. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better, for myself and for my people. Died in dungeon because you looked at stream for 2 seconds. Unfortunately, you're the healer. Damn. Rip a light party. How's the story so far? Presna, we've been enjoying it. Pretty dang good. There have been a couple of moments that made us really go, wow, 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 which, if you go onto the YouTube, you will actually be able to find the full things right now. So if you prefer the YouTube format over Twitch, the VODs are up. Who's my favorite so far? Are you talking about the new crew? Oh man, that's a toughie. Kona, I hate Kona. I'm so fucking pissed at Kona. But also, he's my, like, glasses, serious student council president type, right? Like, I'm pissed at Kona's solution to the trials that the Hanu Hanu had, but I do love him, right? Zoralja is fine. I've got a lot of feelings about him. I just believe that Zoralja is like being mind controlled, or there's something else going on there. Zoralja makes me feel things. Bakul Jaja, I don't know why, and this sucks. I'm like slowly becoming a Bakul Jaja apologist. It is very strange. And then, yeah, Wuklemat is fine, so yeah. Wait, why? Tell me how? Because Bakul Jaja is... I see these dotes coming from off screen, by the way. Because Bakul Jaja is the only one who's not sort of, like, born into power, right? Like, like the entire premise is like he's basically what he is, and this is a bad comparison, but he's basically a country bumpkin who has been like told that he's a very special boy and how great he is, and he did succeed in the tournament to qualify for like being a claimant to the throne, and he's like, I'm the specialist boy. Bakul Jaja is in Dawntrail what Vothri was in Shadowbringers, right? Like Bakul Jaja is like stomping around going, I'm the specialist boy, it's me. So yeah, I'm factually incorrect about that, but we can talk about it after the 95 dungeon. I mean, fair enough. They did mention previously something about how he is like sort of the chosen of the Mamulja or something, like the teachings of the special son or whatever. So again, like it could be that he is of a fairly elevated class therein, in which case that's a different conversation to be had. But he's just so stupid. Like, I don't know. But anyways. Listen. Okay. And then we can do trusts. We have genuinely never done anything with trusts, but we might do more of that as we want to level DPS, but yeah. Okay. I'm ready to move on. Okay, so there's no new dialogue from them. A leaking work pot. Erenville is concerned about dangers on the road. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering the present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zoralja and the Landsgod been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Alright, wise guy. I can't fly. You hooligan. Ugh. Yeah. We do have this aetherite. Do we have an alpaca keep? We do. Okay. No, it's alright. I appreciate the offers for taxing about. But as I've said before, I do appreciate that the MSQ forces you to experience these areas on foot. And that is not a falsehood. I genuinely do like being able to like enjoy it and take my time with these spaces. So ooh, and also besides, got a little hunt target over here. Oh, I only had to kill one of them? Okay, fair enough. We did get negged on stream, Tigerine, by Soju about the fact that I am using the motorcycle that increases your move speed. So, you know. Oh no! Was this a fate? Also, are they called Widowmakers? Woofa doofa. Oh, I see. This is the river which feeds the waterfalls above Okano. Again and again, I am struck by the majesty of the falls. It is difficult to comprehend the sheer volume of water this natural wonder produces. Alright, okay, alright, wise guys. I felt eyes on us several times as we made our way here, though they soon seemed to lose interest. The bandits' lair is said to be somewhere near here, but I'd prefer we avoid seeking out trouble. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently, they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of Miyakabek Zoma. But let's remain vigilant at the same time. Oh no! Is that saying this is bonus XP? No, I can't get distracted. Although I can grab this Aether Current. I know, we're doing the story, But bonus XP! Y'all don't understand. There was actually a fate over here that was like bandits attacking the road, and I was like, our opportunity to help clean up the community. I play video games like a psychopath. Bonus XP and bicolor gemstones now. True. This is the Moblin settlement up here, then? That was a fairly uneventful walk along the road. Hello? Okay. Like, we didn't get attacked or nothing? So this is Earthenshire. Not another claimant in sight. Does that mean we're ahead or behind? Goodness me, it's like the entire village is made of pottery. Even as Hanu culture is distinct from the Vanu, Moblin society has developed quite differently to that of their goblin cousins. This is it, the village where the Lay of Pots from the Tuliolal saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? Excuse me. The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom-built to resemble Pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Oh. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? No! Oh, that's right, it's Ghost Yapper of the Egg, Savada. Hold on. I need to attribute this emote to you. I'm so unhappy, though. Just here to do that and leave. Enjoy stream. We'll catch you, Sabata. Oh. Ghost Yapper. Okay. Emote attribution. Ghost Yapper. Truly an unhinged name. Alright, okay. We're done. Go! You're not allowed to be here, Sabata. Get out of here. We're gonna break your immersion by being on a motorcycle. Do I have the honor of something something retinue? Oh, I did want to talk about my like how much I do enjoy their usage of the term retinue and like again the whole secession crisis and everything, but we'll just move on for right now. That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant Selector, if you happen to know who that is. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Retorok is the elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Retorok would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. There is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I'd feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? They're like the Heavens Ward. Oh, okay. Not like the Heavens Ward. Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. Is this where Zoralja was during that cutscene? This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tural. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. Who is this? Okay, just some person. If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Wachumeki Meki. Why did we have that long, like, stare down with them? You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Oh, guys. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Then let us stand in for your injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I could use a nap. It's Warrior of Light, Elish. Of course I'll help. Because I'm supposed to go to Wachumeki Meki to do my crafting quests? Okay. I won't, but that's a nice suggestion. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. Don't do that to me, Tigerine. We'll take every help hand we can get. Retorok truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can help hand Rakarok. You other four, follow Retorok. There are other help hands in need of hand-lending. Oh no! Sorry. I'm having a little bit of trouble navigating OBS and Twitch on the other window, but you get it. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. And yeah, it is good to see you, Fierce Blue. The spoilers you could not share with me earlier are from those quests. Gotcha. I think I found our help hand. First, we'll solve this problem for the moblins, then we'll see about completing their feat. Rakarok King's obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. The pot pact? Sounds like a very different thing. You've come to aid Rakarok? Rakarok accepts your hand-lending with joyous feel smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Eye level 655. Okay. Still not quite a worthwhile endeavor. Actually, while I'm looking at it. Okay. First, we'll solve this problem for the moblins, then we'll see about completing their feat. Lending a help hand. Rakarok needs help learning about the Potsworn Kahi. Yep. What Rakarok needs is new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rakarok took over. But he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guess think. Please guess think with Rakarok. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. Kahi is only one of many Potsworn in need of caretaking. We work through the night with no sleep and no rest, but there are too few of us to go around. So you guys are unpaid interns, is what you're saying. People are slinging major spoilers in zones. So far, we've been spared from the worst of it, Fierce Blue, but gotcha. This is where Kahi works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. Oh, the sweat emote while being seated. Truly advanced technology. That must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guessing. Inspect the workshop. Okay, cool. We're getting more of the first person. We're doing a little bit of I Spy. You know what's weird, Tigerine, is that I am in Siren's, like, hunt coordination link shell, and I don't think I've seen a single spoiler in there. But I just might not have been paying attention. Inspect the interior of the work pot. Inspect the work pot, deduce what Kahi might need to improve his working conditions. He's obviously freaking overheating, right? Like, get this man some ice or something. He must be boiling, sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? Oh, during the trains themselves. Got you, Tigerine. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. A sense of belonging. I want to do another bit, like the bits that I do about like not doing the emotes, but I actually despise the first person perspective stuff, so. He's barely touched his meal. That meal is meant to be eaten hot or it loses its savor. What he needs is for us to spoon feed him. Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Excuse me. Let's head back outside and talk to Ragnarok. Is it Crunchy voice or just you? Oh, I don't know. Is there something going on with the audio? Is anybody else able to confirm or deny on that? Come on, let's share what we observed with Ragnarok. Nobody else is noticing it? Okay. You made your observations? What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Ayo, I'll be very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Ah, but Ragnarok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also Hetsara, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Ragnarok would never have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. The Hetsaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahi seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do they literally just mean like a wind crystal? Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. Oh my god. The shoals of no return? Okay. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. Okay, slightly better. So we salvaged them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Elish? Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahi's saws and files and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Ah, Rakarok was too preoccupied with stocking materials. A serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. I'm sorry, Wooglamad's task is to tell a cook to make food that is delicious, cold, and hot, and my task is to go to the Shoals of No Return and find a drafty crystal? The Shoals of No Return are past the crags. Through a tunnel southeast of here, you should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. An equitable division of labor. And also, it's good to see you, Nixus. Yeah, you have 2,000 wind crystals in your bag right now. Yup. Not quite at 2,000, but yeah. You're Elish, aren't you? What brings you out here? None of your business, Kona. Ah, the issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlayan instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Surely, it would be more effective to engage in uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. What an interesting... Okay. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of Pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Oriondre, in fact. Settlements in Kozama Uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlayan technology... Kona, I hate to be a jerk to you, right? Because, like, obviously your heart's in the right place, but, like, you're just a nerd. You don't need to be president nerd. You can be nerd advisor right-hand man to Wooglamat, the queen of not being a nerd, right? Like, I'm just saying, Kona, like, none of, like, all of these things are like city planner levels. You don't need to be the mayor to do this. My apologies. I have much to consider. If you will excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Elish. Claimant by birthright is too good to pass up. I would not shove Kona into a locker. I do like Kona is the problem, right? You spot the tunnel opening. Head through the passage to the Shoals of No Return and recover the drafty shard. You'd shove him into a locker for me, it's fine. No! Kona's got some good ideas. Don't bully Kona. I did not attune to this aetherite. Did I? I did not attune to it. Sorry, I just... You can have those ideas in the locker? How dare you? How dare you to my good boy Kona? Stormblood PTSD of not attuning. I definitely did that as well, yeah. I like how they were like, what is it called? Earthenshire? Completely different than Idleshire. This place is made out of pots. Alright. I mean, you didn't really need to sell me that hard on it, but fair enough. Do I like Kona because he's green? Green is one of my favorite colors, so... Fiery orange crystal. Will they actually give us a fire crystal if we touch this? This crystalline shard is faintly warm to the touch. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Well, what if I want a fire crystal, huh? What then, Square Enix? Pale blue. This crystalline shard feels damp in your hand. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Is it perhaps damp because it is covered in water? It's not. It's obviously a water crystal, but yeah. Water crystals confirmed wet? No! Man. Where could this wind crystal be? Do you see the wind crystal? Type now. Someday I'll get over being obtuse on purpose. That day is not today. This crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal Rakarok sent you to salvage. Dora the Explorer streamer. I was just thinking about that. You know, that was 100% of my inspiration. It does seem strange that there are boats here? Weird. I don't think people left the boats there. Oh, you think they all wash up there? But then why call it the Shoals of No Return? Surely it should then be called the Shores of Things that have returned back to the place where they were originally from. Or the Shoals of Places where things have ended up despite that not being their place of origin. Not the Shoals of No Return. Is that a cool breeze Rakarok feels? Drafty Shard. The brisk breeze emanating from this wind crystal can be used to fill sails or cool, stuffy workshops. Maybe once they wash up there, they never return to where they came from. Oh, okay. Alright, okay, alright, y'all. Yes, thank you for seek finding a drafty shard. Rakarok will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetsaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Could you imagine if it was just a tuna can? Let's go in and see what Kahe thinks of our efforts. Meow mix. Oh, I thought the wind crystal on the table was the food for a second. Like, it was just a giant glowing Jolly Rancher, and I was like, listen, mate, whatever you need. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A new meal. Oh, okay, so the plate is empty. He's already eaten it. A fine meal, new tools, a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pact. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a peace worthy of a potsworn. Okay. Okay. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volok Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Othenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. It's... Y'all, I don't know how to tell you this. It's a golden pentagon. Like, that's it. It's a plate. You made a plate, my dude. Such luster, such brilliance. Truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. Okay. I think you are paying Kahi too much. I'm glad you like it. Consider the time I've wasted till now. I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. It was too sweaty for you to make a plate? You were too... I have a contract to fulfill after all. We feel normal about this. We all feel normal about this. None of us are pissed that Kahi was too distracted to slightly... I mean, like, and here's the thing, okay? Sorry. Let me quick pivot. I am sure that technologically speaking, or like skilled artistry speaking, that it is actually difficult to mold metal with just like a hammer like that, right? Like conceptually in the real world, that is an incredible task, right? I don't want to downplay that. We live in a world with magic, y'all. We live in a world where instead of having an air conditioning unit, he can have a single crystal. Like, I've never been too distracted to do simple tasks before. Right, but here's the thing, Wirebone. I don't have, like, a horde of little goblins literally running around making sure my every need is catered to. And if I did have a horde of little goblins making sure my every need was catered to, I would probably make something more impressive than a single golden plate. Kona is very good. Forgive my intrusion. Lamati, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. How do you know? It's literally just a five-sided shape on a table. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kozama Uka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. My five-sided plate. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. It would be impossible to think of a five-sided plate while living inside of the city of Tuliolal. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaro more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various people was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetsaro. I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Aw, Kona. No appreciation for the art of crafting. You're gonna need me to suspend my disbelief. Listen, I'm sorry. Like, I am genuinely sorry about it. Normally, I am able to suspend my disbelief, but like, where is it? Did they make it? Did they despawn it? It was truly just a plate. It was just a plate with 5 sides and like a wick in it for oil. It was just a I'm sorry. And again, genuinely, I could not go out in the real world with blacksmiths and goldsmiths and whatever. I realize that it is genuinely quite difficult. This is a magic world, right? Like the idea that Kona, who has done like dirigibles and trains and shit, looks at this 5-sided plate and goes, holy shit. That plate has 5 sides, is like, they can only have 4-sided plates, I guess. If you go to Tuliolal, you see the same plate set up in the palace, so... Let's magic a perfect weapon. Okay, but this is my point, right, Presna? Is that like the concept, like, okay, here are the 2 worlds that we are being accepted to believe, right? That a goldsmith can make a rapier for a red mage, right? A highly complex magical implement that is required to like do all sorts of like balancing between white magic and black magic, right? That is one thing that a goldsmith can make. Or the goldsmith could make a piece of metal have a slight indent for oil. Woo! Artistry, baby! They're literally for the fucking king. Show some respect. The king needs to have higher standards. At least a 6-sided plate. If 5 sides are just so wide. Anyways, I'm sorry. I cannot. No! The problem is an infinite-sided plate. That's a circle, Presna. It's just a circular plate. Okay, but this kind of thinking also says there's no reason why a calligrapher should pay thousands of dollars for the perfect ink brush. Just say you can't accept that good art costs money. It's not that, I'm sorry, like again, in the real world, right? Like I have absolutely no problem accepting the conceptualization that like something is incredibly difficult because of its material costs, right? But I don't know if it's just like the idea of like specifically like in Final Fantasy 14, like because the nodes are all the same, the materials are all the same. Like there is something to me about like being fascinated by this gold plate because like again, once I suspend the disbelief, as Tiger has been requesting, right? Like then we can really go into the intricacies of the work, right? Like the embossing that is going on, the like patterns and stylism that is input, right? Like there could be an entire story being told in that we're not being able to see because of limited art assets, right? So absolutely, once I take off my hat and say, okay, I am no longer living in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. I am the human being outside of it, looking in and realizing the limitations of the medium. Then yes, absolutely, I can go 100%. This is a piece of artwork. I'm just saying, though, it is a plate. Oh my god. Making huge assumptions about the in-game goldsmith job and what a common goldsmith is capable of. Like by level 50, you're a master crafter goldsmith, and the pot contracts may not necessarily be where the player is. This is actually a problem, Fierce Blue, that I do feel very regularly, right? With regards to the conceptualization of power levels, right? So like whenever we come across wildlife in a certain zone that's farther on, there is like a very real question, which is like, are the hunters in the island of Favnir just like 5 times as powerful as the Lancers from the Lancers Guild and things like that, right? And so that is a very real problem with the whole suspension of disbelief conversation we need to have about like the wildlife in Tural. Is it literally a magnitude, a factor of 4 times more powerful, like, than anywhere else? And I definitely see where you're coming from with that, but it just really threw me off, like, off balance. You're the warrior of light with access to literal creation magic. Everyone else has to pound hammer by hand and make the angle measurements by hand. It's happy to make 4 angles because they're large angles, but as you start to increase the chords across the circle, those angles are very hard to keep symmetrical. I mean, fair enough. And Battle Benoit, thank you for the 9 months of Prime sub. I appreciate it. Her eternal bond ring looks like a ring pop, but we're supposed to believe it's a beautiful, heartfelt piece of jewelry. Come on, man. Yeah, okay, fair, very fair. But like, I've also made fun of things in A Realm Reborn, right? Like, we have all at some point in time looked at the original polygonal, like, grapes and Lenosha and gone, right? Like, it is losing the verisimilitude of the video game. I'm not blaming the pot pact, but also a level 91 overworld mob could take down level 60 Thornton. Exactly. Yeah. Levels in video games aren't meant to be literal. Otherwise, starting your adventure as a Tural native would suck being at level 1. Yeah, exactly. Right. But again, anyways, sorry. We've moved past it. Thank you for indulging me on this journey down asset placement interests. We're continuing MSQ now. Can't believe they took away the plate. Okay, actually, I'm so sorry. Tigerine said that plate exists in the palace. I need to go check if that's a true statement. If we can find that plate in the palace, I will shut up. But we are physically going to like scour the palace looking for that plate, because I think if Gulul Jaja gets that plate, I think he's like, what the fuck do you want me to do with this? You called it an oil lamp? Like, we are absolutely going to go look in the palace. You know they're in Tuliolal, but you're reasonably sure they're in the palace. Let me be clear. This is we are officially unhinged, right? We have lost the plot. Like Wookalamat is like, oh my god, I can't believe we can do my trial now, right? Like I have lost the plot. I'm like, Wookalamat, wait, I need to go check if this man's plate is in the palace. I understand I have lost the thread of the narrative. But the entire thing that we are being asked to believe is that the oil lamps in this area look like that, right? Like that is like that they are going to then, like the moblins are going to take that plate to Tuliolal and sell it. And I don't think so. Look at this. This isn't a 5-sided plate. I don't think there is any case precedent of that asset being used anywhere else. And I'm really sorry to fixate on it, but it is just a very strange experience that I am having with it. Because I want to know where they stole that asset from. Because it's sure as shit not the palace. Anyways, I'm done. I just wanted to verify it's not in here. This is Valakshunsa, right? I mean, like, ostensibly, if it's something hanging from the ceiling, but it's supposed to be an oil lamp, right? It is literally not used in the palace. Because all of these aren't oil, right? They're braziers. They have literally wood inside of them. And also, a lot more than 5 angles. Can you let me in real fast? Oh no, but it's really important. Okay, can you just tell me, are there any oil lamps inside of here? Sir, God, I need to know if there are oil lamps. And if there are, I need to know what they look like. Okay. It's a tabletop oil lantern, that's all it is? Okay, but so is it a housing item? Because, like, I just want to know where that asset is found. It's not craftable. It's just something specific for that exact scene. Do you not see why that is activating in something inside of me? I feel like I'm crazy. Like, they just made that asset for that one scene. Even the Warrior of Light can't craft something as amazing as a 5-sided bowl. That's what I'm saying. If Battle Benoy, if you can find where it's from, I genuinely would like to know, because I'm so curious at this point. Now my workspace is just the way I like it. I have inspiration oozing from every pore. Think that lantern was nice? Just wait till my next masterpiece. Yup. God, it was beautiful. Would that I could forget that time. Oh, Kona, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Kona. I promise I'm focusing up. It's just... You get where I'm coming from, Kona, right? Like, you get it. I tried a serving of the dish we prepared for Kahi. It was so good I had a second helping. Might be later, no clue, but you were sitting somewhere because you remember going, oh, it's the oil dish. You tried looking through some of the houses but couldn't find anything there either. Hell yeah. You could say that we are the mobbies for your pockpat and you are the master goldsmith. And this stream is your 5-sided plate. If this stream is a 5-sided plate, I owe you all a refund. You remember seeing it in the throne room? Okay, we gotta pay attention to the throne room. Y'all, the next time we go to the throne room, eyes peeled. Because I swear to God, if we can find that asset in at least one other place, I will shut my mouth. But it just feels wild. Rakarok is very grateful to you. You're welcome, Rakarok. Oh God, oh God, bud. We've gone through a little bit of a journey, it's fine. I thank you for both your hard work and clever guess think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn really is important. Well, that's true of pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. Rakarok will see that Potsworn Kahi's lustrous oil lamp is delivered to the palace at once. Okay. I'm sure he will. Tigerine, and we didn't see it in there. Just because they're saying the words doesn't mean it actually happens. I don't think it gets delivered to the palace. God. The Feat of Pots. Kona has details to share concerning the forthcoming Feat of Pots. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Orionje. Ah, I also ran into the Levayo twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Ritterrock waiting. Rakarok is thankful Potsworn Kahi did not quit leave like the others. He thinks you will have no hard times with the coming feat. God. I'm so sorry, bud. But I'm so sorry. I'm just not... Oh, Kahi, I'm so sorry, King. I thought everyone would be here by now. Ritterrock thanks you for assisting Helphand Rakarok. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. I don't think you understand. It wasn't about the lantern. It was about all of these eminent and important figures looking at the lantern, losing their shit over it. And like, again, like, I know it is my lack of ability to suspend my disbelief in that moment, right? Because like actually what it is supposed to be, it is supposed to be about the quality of the hand constructed piece versus a conversation about like a factory produced thing, right? Like Kona is talking about the idea of like, why would anyone want to make anything by hand when you could just sort of mass produce and factory line it, right? And the point is supposed to be that something made by hand, something made with that personal touch is so much more beautiful. I just am like flabbergasted by the asset that they choose to use to illustrate that point, right? Like, and again, the other point is that like obviously because it is a video game, because it's all graphics anyways, baby, it's all pixels, there's no way for them to highlight like a specific beautiful piece. But you like, it just like it broke me with how ridiculous the idea of us all standing around. Like we have gone to space, right? Like we have flown to the end of space where we have come across these alien life forms that are being born out of dynamous energy, acacia, right? Like, and the thing that we are supposed to believe is that we were like, that's a good fucking plate right there. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zaralja. He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebbles. The resilient son for Dawn Servant. It was a metal pentagon. I've got bad news for you. We've gone to space, your argument is invalid. JR, I know you are purposefully misconstruing what I'm saying, but also, I'm allowed to be humbled, it's art appreciated, so I think the dish is supposed to be analogous to fine pottery and lacquerware, the likes of which would be produced for the king. You can buy a cheap lacquerware bowl for $80, but art made by masters go for thousands. They're both lacquerware pots, but artistry takes time and money. Right. I think... Yes. In the real world, where magic does not exist, the concept... Oh my god. Okay. It was a funny arrangement of pixels. Zaralja was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the last time. I promise. We will literally spend less than 60 seconds on this. The point of the matter, I realize it is supposed to be analogous to the real world, and that in the real world, that there are things that can be mass-produced to have the facsimile of something that is produced by a skilled artisan, but things that are actually a individualized and craft material are impressive vis-a-vis its craftsmanship and the time that it took to make it, right? I understand that the premise that we are supposed to accept is that this oil lantern is so good that it is going to be shipped off directly to the palace. Sure, fine. The reason why it is so incredulous to me is because the concept of all of the characters in that room going, holy shit, this oil lantern is the fucking bee's knees, is just a lot, right? Like, okay, fine. It is incredible artsmanship. Okay. Well, well, we meet again. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention please. As Redorock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliolal merchants will suffer. So, Redorock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith. Excuse me. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Ridderock's request, so you will be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zeralja's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Redderock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. The electors said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. Yeah. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wooklamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. I just realized we're about to go recruit Von Fontaine. Meanwhile, Kona probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Wachumeki Meki. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolal it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? Aren't you attuned to the Aetherites? No, no, no! I can't do it! I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. Wukalamat, this is hardly news. Alright, Ennis. Hucko. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? I'm positive. Mostly. There are all of these aetherites. Why can't we just use the aetherite in narrative fiction? Fine, okay. I am glad that it took us back automatically, though. That's a nice quality of life change. What obstacle will Bakulja throw at us next? Or will he try something more direct? Did we mention the potsworn in our care required a constant stream of encouragement in order to craft? The four of us must have chanted the same cheer dozens, if not hundreds of times. Erenville was scolded more than once for not cheering loudly enough. Hell yeah. Wukalamat suffers such terrible bouts of seasickness. I wish I had a spell or potion that could ease her nausea. There's an amazing quality of life change that I wouldn't know about because I'm Magnificent Gamer Prince, who is so good at this video game. Okay, and what is that quality of life change? But if you die during a boss fight in the new dungeons, the shortcut takes you directly before the boss. I have heard about that one, actually, yeah. I've procured many unusual items for clients, but meeting the personalized needs of a potsworn is not an experience I'd care to repeat. Yeah. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver? Oi Katumu. Nope, I don't think that's right. Do we have a pronunciation guide for the river? We do not. Okay. Upriver or downriver? Ihoi Katumu is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropely can help us recruit a potsworn. So, of course it has to be, Ooh, triple triad. Of course it has to be Fondrontaine, right? Like, that's the reason why we were introduced to him previously. So this is the Watu Meki Meki that Wukalamat was talking about. I had yet to make it this far in my wanderings. Watu Meki Meki is a gathering spot for skilled artisans of all kinds. If we're to find a potsworn candidate, I can think of no better place to begin our search. Erenville brought us here on our first tour of the city, but time did not permit a close look. I should like to observe these masters at work. Surely at least one person will answer Wooklamat's call for a potsworn. Maybe Master Ropley can help us. Ooh, the fresh arbor air was just what I needed. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachumeki Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley. Actually, I have a favor to ask. So, what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? What of the Ellison man who just started working here? You mean Fonjontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. Esteme's estheticians, right? And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fonjontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Sabalia of Tai. Then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. It is worth saying that Wooklamat does have the largest entourage, right? Wooklamat has 5 people, whereas Zaraja has 1. Oh my gosh. Kona has 2. Bakul Jaja has 3? So yeah. Right, let's go and see a man about a pot. I'm not so sure about this. Oh, Elish, you're here too. The Third Promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the moblins, isn't it? But you're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the rite of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachumeki Meki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tuliolal. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wish to suffer such a loss again. Where is East End? Is that Alamigo? And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolalan that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fonjontaine, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Okay, so Fonjontaine is a Girabanian. Okay. Perhaps you remember me. I'm Brook Evu, owner of Zabalia Tai. I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wooklamat's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown too, if the gossip's to be believed? Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. So is he gonna offer us role quests? Yeah, okay. Cool. A nice small thing about this X-Pack is that it acknowledges time passing, gives you a better sense that this is something that isn't being rushed through. I'm curious if you can actually track the developments in Dawntrail on a calendar, yeah. Okay. We're not quite far enough, to get our next rank in the hunt marks. But I'll be honest, I feel like just grabbing the role quests now, right? The kind of our first opportunity to do role quests as we're going along. First time in Tuliolal? If nothing else, you simply must try the tacos. You won't find this flavor anywhere else. Tacos. Not so exact that it's a calendar, but it definitely feels like something that doesn't feel like it takes only a week like Endwater. Gotcha. Brook Evu has an urgent job for a courageous soul. Elish, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. I have a few things to finish up here before I join you. Make yourself comfortable, Elish. It's going to be quite the yarn. Okay. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brook Evu, proprietor of Zabalyab Tayi. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tural and sometimes further come here to whet their appetite and slake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. God, you know what this feels like in a certain way? This almost feels like Square Enix is like directly acknowledging the like block list for people's personal residences. Sitting over there, in fact, and having a conversation most foul. I thank you all for coming here so far from your respective homes. This is the wrong voice to have chosen, but fine. As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am. Welcome. What'll you be having? Ahem. Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. Now then, where was I? Yes. I am... oh boy. Apayahi. If you are sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. I fucking hate this video game. So evil scions, not a bright bun bun. This is how it feels when you run a venue and people come in to hit their villainous edgy story beats at a table in a public bar. Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. Yup. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason, to throw the world into a mire of chaos, and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? Video games were a mistake. My only interest is to punish all who dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. I mean, generally speaking, shattering shackles is something that we're in favor of. And in so doing, we shall become unbound. Like the birds soaring up above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here? To look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Tural. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Did you say artifacts? Ooh, ho, 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 I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. What is happening right now? Are we supposed to think that they are genuine villains? Or are we supposed to think that they are comedic hacks? What's happening? Like, what is the tone of this scene? Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in the Tural continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these peoples have attached to their so-called treasures matter not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tural Vidral. Okay, so that's actually good lore. And with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. I take it there are no questions. Then let the passage of the unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. Y'all didn't even freaking order anything from the restaurant? Y'all just took up a table and didn't order anything? They didn't order a single thing. Yo, we have to kill them now. Not gonna lie, I was wondering what they were going to set up for the role quests, because Shadowbringer role quests were the cardinal virtues, Endwalker role quests were the blasphemies, right? So I was wondering, like, what we were going to do. And obviously the Tural Vidral are set up as like the sort of like B-plot big boys with their magic blood. But this is unhinged. JR, I'm like pretty much in agreement with you right now. If it was a Manderville quest, absolutely par for the course. I will have to see how the writing is, right? That's the long and short of it. What do you think? They left without ordering anything? Villainous indeed. I don't think they might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. Like, do they? I don't know anything about them. It's right there in their name. They're unbound by manners and respect, and won't be welcome back here anytime soon. You, on the other hand, can stay as long as you'd like. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference, because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. Oh, interesting. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Oh, interesting. Oh my god. Is there going to be an Ishgard one? Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know you've business in Tural, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place, but if you could take the time to hear Ral Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really be use a helping hand. Healers in Limsa, that's all you know. Okay. Also, she seems lovely. Like, this is... Okay. We'll see. Ral Majun and I have been searching for someone who can help these poor souls. If you're willing to be that someone, go on and speak with her. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Like... Okay. I know I said we were not going to return to the plate, but... here is my thought process, right? In much the same way that I was flabbergasted about the plate, I do not understand what the passage of the Unbound... Like, again, we will have to experience them directly, so that way we can actually have anything to talk to about it, right? But I do not understand what the passage of the Unbound... Like, all that we know about them so far is they want to overthrow world governments. They are now apparently capable of defeating the Landsguard, and they have powerful magical artifacts with the blood of Tural Vidral or their aspects in some capacity. Why? Like... as far as an adventure hook goes, right? Like, I guess this would be enough for a Dungeons and Dragons adventuring party, but it just... like, no ties to the succession. Like, I guess it gets us back into Eorzea, but like... okay. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Ralmajun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why perish the thought? You've come just in time, in fact. None other but the vaunted Elish has agreed to aid in the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our homes shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tuliolal in search of aid. Loazen Ikwa Hiver comes from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector, someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom that Niipine must recover afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counteract this effect. The search for Shashepya's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. And lastly, there is Suuhe, who knows little about her people's ancient artifacts aside from the fact that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting someone, Raholja? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Raholja hails from farther south than even Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effect of his village's treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Ral Majun. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Elish. So the fact that we haven't done the Endwalker role quests, is that something that is like inhibiting us from doing these? Like in the same way that the Shadowbringer ones needed all the Warring Triad and everything? Of course, I'll share all that I know on the matter. You only need ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Tural, maybe even further, will be in your debt. Okay. You've gained access to the role quests. Yeah, we're unlocking the job quests. When was Dark Knight mentioned, Wirebone? Shadowbringer only needed Warring Triads for the optional capstone quest anyways. That's true, yeah, fair enough. Okay. Wait. Why is it saying we cannot do their role quests? Oh, do we have to be a higher level? Wait. Oh, I see. Obviously. Wow, that took me way too long. Okay. Because they're locked by roles. Oh! Look at those mountains! Look at those mountains in the background! Y'all ever seen a mountain like that looks like that before? Y'all ever seen a mountain that looks like that before? Oh, when they introducing the person who needs tank, they said they need someone when the night is darkest or something silly like that. Gotcha. Okay. We're 100% abandoning MSQ right now, by the way. If you want to enjoy MSQ, find someone else. It's back to Coerthis, baby. The narwhal beckons. The young woman gazes into the horizon with a troubled expression. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose Brook Evu has enlisted you to our aid? That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. Is this going to be like one of those situations where they're going to have like lore about Bismarck, but it's going to be a different name, and like it's one of those things where like time and distance has modified the myth? My name is Loazen Ikwe, and I hail from the northern reaches of Shak Tural, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. I see. I'm gonna like it there. Our people revere a Tural Vidral of the narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all the while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. Wow, that's a wacky magical artifact. Okay. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tentoawa. I don't think that's right. Tentoawa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here, that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tentoawa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. Tentoa, maybe. I think that feels more right on the tongue, JR. Okay. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Brooke Evu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you are just the man to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tentoa arrived shortly before you did. It seemed he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tentoa would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? This is so funny. Oh, this is so perfect. Oh, this is so... Okay, sorry, I'm done. Gonna put our armor back on. It's cool you didn't like the nice tropical warm weather anyways. Tentoa like how Kona is, yeah. Ishgard is like a second home to me. Thank you, Elish. I knew the narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Guy who takes everything he said 10 minutes ago about the quest seeming stupid back. Best roll quests ever created. Tentoa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he'd doubtless spend time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Do I plan on going through all the job quests, or role quests? I'd like to. It just sort of depends a little bit on, you know, sort of our patience. Doing the Ishgard one first might actually be kind of a point of weakness, if we're being honest, because obviously the Ishgard one is the one that we would like the most. So it might actually be smart to leave it until the end, but yeah. Also, I haven't yet really shown off this glam. But this is what I think a slightly more sort of like... I don't think it would actually be accurate to Ishgard because it's all from the Aether font, but I was like, hell yeah. So this is what I was thinking a more like Elish Warglam would look like, but yeah. Obviously does not fit Tural in the slightest, but yeah. Giving you Dark Souls vibes? Yeah, no, non-zero part of it. Banging on my tin can hat. Listen. When the graphics update was coming out and everybody was talking about it, I did have Elish fully in the Temple Knights uniform. And so I was like, yes. Look at that upgraded graphical fidelity on our helmets, Firmalbert. We've never looked better. Oh, God. Although, sidebar, I should pick up these if I have already finished them. Oh, have I not? Okay. We'll hold on to them for right now, then. Sidurgu. Oh my god. Any thoughts on the final days? Holy shit, I didn't realize you could talk to the job quest NPCs about their thoughts. on the final days. We might have to go chat to some of them again. Aww. Okay, we're not actually reading this. This is not the point of us being here, but that is actually very cool. Okay. If it isn't hellish, what'll it be? A lad from the Western Continent? Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers now, can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose, since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked through my door not long ago, was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him. Trust me. I was looking ahead at the armored gear, and I was like staring at this shield. Y'all, the gear for Dawntrail so far, absurdly good. I say absurdly good. Absurdly catered to my specific interests, but yeah. Did I try dyeing it? Yeah, it's got the 2 dye, right? I've absolutely tried around, messing around with some of my preferences, right? How many pots of green? I mean, you know, I would only do one marble green, and then the other one would be probably metallic silver or something like that. Which the problem is like, because the griffin is silver, right? That's like it's like a slight inconvenience. So then I was like trying out different shades of gray and whatnot, but it would be probably something to this effect. Bunch of useless. By the narwhal's horn, you'd think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. This is going into Elish, Ishgard, Inquisitor boy lore. Y'all, we gotta take notes, okay? I need you guys, anything that is even remotely interesting. This is stuff that is getting on Elish's desk in character. Yes, it seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Guys with blue hair are super trustworthy. That's what we know from Fire Emblem. Loaz Nikwe sent you? Even across oceans, she can sense when I'm in trouble. A blue a bloom? Hell yeah. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. Buddy, you have picked the right guy for navigating bullshit medieval courtesy. I am so ready to help you. You have no idea. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it'd only be a matter of time before they used the cradle to commit some misdeed or another, but it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's wall. Poor guy doesn't know about their salt-licking customs. Listen, I'm just saying, if you want us to trust you, how can we trust until we've broken bread and until we've licked the same salt lick? I only have a description to go on, though it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Elizin. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. A bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered for its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Though she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I laid eyes upon her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you see even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Few scholars study in Ishgard without passing through the Astrologicum. If she feels even an ounce of guilt, she would seek penance at St. Raymonald's Cathedral. A skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. She's not a scholar. She doesn't feel guilt. Let's check out the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there. But where would we find one willing to speak? At their barracks near the tavern? I know the way. I'll meet you there. Yes, 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 yes! Ishgard! Ishgard! It's so good. God, you know what sucks about this, though? Is it's going to make the comedy hurt all the more. Like, I can feel it. Like, do you guys remember the Manderville quests for Heaven's Ward? And how we were dealing with the, like, octogenarians and stuff? Oof. Like a woman like that? You talk about the red-haired Elizin with the scar? This is it, right? Let's not waste any time, Ellie. She moved with the poise of a predator. Ah. Why, Master Demeist? What brings you to the congregation? This Passage of the Unbound is not a name I have heard before, but if one of their number has brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. Oh my god. It's like I'm home. Oh, Firmalbert. Oh, buddy, I love you. Oh, kiss me with that mouth. We shall act on this information at once. If there is aught that could threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the knights of the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Elizin woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait, you said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually privy only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. I love it. I'm home. This is just, why doesn't everybody speak like this all the time? What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Tentoa, then trust me. You are right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragon Song War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Tentoa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you as Master Demise has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some memories. Memories of a knight named Leofine. Damn, she's Leofine. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofine and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Elish? Oh, Firmalbert. So, we have a name. Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in this city well. Grasping about at straws won't get us anywhere. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning more about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. Come on! Sleepless in Ishgard. Sleepless in Seattle reference? Tentoa is eyeing each passing Ishgardian with curiosity. There you are, Elish. I've been walking Ishgard streets whenever I've been able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. Ishgard Seattle confirmed? Maybe. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. Too cold for Seattle, fair enough. I figured the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle, so if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leofine nearby. I can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. What's weird is this artifact could actually be used as a sleep aid. If you found someone who, like, was an insomniac or something, right? You could make them sleep, and then you yourself could stay awake earlier. Like, it could have, theoretically, medical advantages. Master Demeist, Master Tentoa, I bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard. Oh, God. Hold on. handbills. Fine. Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 14 pictures, Ishgard lore. Sure. That's the thing. All these artifacts are used for good in their villages, but the villains can use those powers for evil as well. Gotcha. Okay. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. These efforts have already borne fruit. We but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Do you know what I wish they would do that they absolutely would not? I wish that they would have, like, Firmalbert, like, at the end of this quest line, Firmalbert takes off his helmet, and then we realize that Leofine has been under the outfit the entire time. Like, that to me would be, you know, like, top tier, right? Because the whole thing with the Temple Knight helm is that it is purposefully a full face helm. So it would be very easy for someone to pretend to be, you know, another Temple Knight. Obviously, a Firmalbert's eyes are not the color of rust, but you get it. We have but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and heading east. Once there, speak with Sir Eugenot for the full report. I knew she'd show herself. Let's hurry out. God. How desperate I am for Ishgard lore. You can obviously speak with the gatekeep, but the Aethernet will just give you the direct teleport to Coerthus Central through the Gates of Judgment. I am kind of sad that the Gates of Judgment are no longer an 8-person trial, I gotta be honest with you. But I remember people were so unhappy with it natively, right? So, like, obviously it did not go over well with other people. Ugh. Poor Gates of Judgment. Or the Steps of Faith, sorry. Poor Steps of Faith. This must be him. Well, don't dally. Ah, I was informed you were on your way. This is concerning the report by one of our sentries, yes? He cited a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was heading south along the footpath, but that is all we know. Yes, this is Eugenot. What? Hold fast, I shall send aid at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of Temple Knights should have been protecting it, but something is amiss. They need our help. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please, go find my men before any lives are lost. Oh, God. Ishgard. It was a challenging time back then. Yeah, but, like, just so much Ishgard stuff that they've removed, right? Like, they've gotten rid of Diadem and the airships. They've gotten rid of Steps of Faith. I'm heartbroken. I just hope the field operations are good, you know what I'm saying? They should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Elish, you search farther down the road, and keep your weapon at the ready. Actually, having mention of the river, is this the Coerthus? It can't be. What river is this? Huh. I've never thought about that before. Wacky. It's the Chocobo carriage! Okay, okay, okay. I mean, the idea of the wolves being a problem is kind of wacky, but yeah. Yeah, double harness, 2 chocobos. Whereas our own only has a single harness. Ours is also significantly smaller. Whoa. Like, the model is the same otherwise, but wacky. It kind of reminds me of the alpaca carriages we were seeing, right? I wonder if it's like an 8-seater carriage, because look at how much more room there is in here for seats. Hey, Marin. Right? I would too. The whale is very Final Fantasy IV. You saved us. We were almost... You won't be feasting today. Hell yeah, Tentoa. Not a moment too soon. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. Do you think they chose the narwhal because of the old unicorn stuff in Final Fantasy, and the narwhal is just unicorn whale? They're not dead. They're asleep. It's the power of the narwhal artifact, right? Can't see anyone in the whale, 0 out of 10, maybe. According to the fishing holes, the river through Boulder Downs is indeed the Coerthus River. That's interesting, because that implies that the Coerthus River goes through the nail. Thanks for that, JR. Hell yeah. Okay. We were too late. No, they're not. Ah, just look. They're asleep is all. Good. Good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled to the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The Temple Knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing. Then the beasts attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. You think we're gonna get that new sleeping emote with those bubbles coming up? Ugh, what happened? God, my 2 requests. Ishgard, variant dungeon. Honestly, my 2 requests can be dipped down to 1. More Ishgard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm addicted. I'm sorry I know everyone else has moved on, but I want more Ishgard. We fell asleep, but we were patrolling. He must be mistaken. A temple knight would never shirk his duty so. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your arse with my own eyes. If not for Sir Eugene's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we would all be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. So it is interesting to note that the Temple Knights effectively function as a body for the city, right? So in an obvious turn of feudalism, the idea was that the king at the top of the feudal hierarchy would have lords, dukes, and barons and whatnot further below them, and each of them would be responsible for maintaining their banners. So when the king calls his banners are the nobles below him, those nobles summon the knights below them. The Temple Knights is sort of a way of bypassing this, because obviously in most feudal societies, they didn't have a standing civil patrol. If this was actually a little bit more accurate to historical antecedents, they wouldn't be the Temple Knights guarding this, right? It would have been other House Fortemps household knights. So it is interesting to see a House Fortemps household knight scolding what is ostensibly a higher power for a dereliction of duty, right? But yeah, anyways. Now, hold on just a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. The sacred relic of my people was stolen, and... now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobo seemed to have passed, so I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please, return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourself. Why didn't Tentoa finish? There is a magical artifact that made people sleepy. It made your guards sleepy. It isn't their fault. Tentoa, this is literally the exact time you should be bringing it up. It's no coincidence that the giant birds and the 2 guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the Cradle. But even if Leofine was here, she is no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. Not at all. If you were a lesser power, you would jump at the opportunity to berate them. Fair. Oh. If only I could replace my chocobo with a griffin. Look at this angry boy. Look at how angry he is. We love him. Oh, wait, no, we needed to go back to Ishgard. My bad. Other Mount Barding would be sweet. Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Because, like, Final Fantasy XI supposedly allowed you to have NPC companions the same way we have the chocobo, right? And like they've been doing a lot of stuff with like NPCs following us about, so who knows? Maybe they're working on it. Maybe they're not. I'm not terribly. I have gotten over my phase of being angry at chocobos. I've slowly, begrudgingly, Stockholm syndromely come to accept Galland. So even if it was just the farmable ones, exactly. Leofine may have escaped us, but the witnesses' reports have given us a clue to follow. Thank the Narwhal for guiding us swiftly to the Knights. We have received the report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. 2 of our own sleeping on duty by the Fury. Had you reached them even a moment later, this day would have been much darker. And although it pains me to say it, those 2 shall be punished as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame... Okay, Tentoa, thank you. I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The cradle of the sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Ah, yes. You said it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. Oh, Ishgard. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leofine's plots, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured you shall be the first to know of any developments. Elish, there's more I would tell you about the cradle, things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. We know now what our enemy is capable of and must plan accordingly. Rest assured, we shall not rest until Leofine is in shackles. I don't think we're going to get enough, because this one is level 92, right? We're going to have to go back to MSQ, unfortunately. Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. The Narwhal's lullaby can put even hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe, but even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake. An eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest. The wide eye. Me. For 10 years I've been awake? Tentoa. God damn. For 10 years I've been awake, training day and night to gain the power I have now. The strength to shield my people. Get this guy some melatonin, seriously. That is an insane thing that you have just said, my friend. Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside, the shut-eye. You've met her, in fact, Loaz Nikwe. Oh. Oh, that's so sad, but also so good. This is not... Oh, God. There is so much here. Would you rather be the waker or the sleeper? If culturally the society was like you being the shut-eye, because getting some shut-eye is so funny. You being the shut-eye is like a sacred duty, and everybody respected and understood you for that. I would 1000% rather be the shut-eye. Are you kidding me? As I've been awake these 10 years, she spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain paths, but that time is long past. But if she has uptimes, does he not have downtimes? I'm sure the thing is that it is out of necessity, right? So I'm sure as the shut eye, she's like the go-to, but I'm sure she has like times where she has to be awake to eat, to exercise, as they mentioned. So I'm sure there's like probably some like rotating third party, right? Of like, this guy is too awake, or can you please use my baby so you can like force my baby to get some like extra sleep, stuff like that, right? There's absolutely medical advantages to forcing someone to sleep without some sort of substance-based additive on that, right? So yeah. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Another way to think about it too, though, Mesphia, is if we sleep for 8 hours and we're awake the other 16, right? All he's doing is he's shunting another 8 hours of sleep onto her. So that's just her being awake for 8, asleep for 16. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life had been dedicated to my own pursuits. Loazen Ikwe and I have both devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. I forgot to take off my helmet. Please help. I forgot to take off my helmet. We don't see anything of Elish's expression. I forgot to take off my helmet, please. Lozen Nikwe. Lozen Nikwe is your best attempt? Okay, we can try. I don't think how did Leofine steal the artifact from such an accomplished warrior is fair to him. We already know she was there under a deception as a scholar. It does explain his skill. That doesn't say anything. Don't you miss Lozen Nikwe? But maybe Lo Azen Ikwe? I don't know, yeah. Why did I keep it on in the first place? Because when you're going out into a fight, you don't want your face to get stabbed. I didn't want my face to get bit off by wolves. Way or wa for the last syllable. Oh, interesting. Lo Zenikwa. Oh, I don't know. That's a good point, though. I do. I see her only when I have to use the cradle, and even then she is sleeping. I barely remember what her smile looks like. Woofa duffa. A life unencumbered by sleep might seem like a life of freedom, but if those you care for the most aren't there to share it with you, it can feel like a prison. But we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that although my people never use the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofine's schemes to an end. Oh! We have so little more XP! How much more do we need? I genuinely cannot look. If only I had turned in MSQ before I left. We should go back to MSQ is the thing. As much as I want to do more of the Ishgard role quest, and I really, really do, we should get back to MSQ. Oh god, we gotta take off all our armor too. strip show? Don't be crass, Wirebone. Save the role quest until I'm done with MSQ. I'm not going to do that, Clary. It's a good suggestion. Here's the reason why I'm not, though, is because with regards to Endwalker and Shadowbringers, we always saved the role quests until the very end. And then for me personally, it felt a little bit less organic, right? The Shadowbringers one, dealing with the cardinal virtues after being done with all of Shadowbringers, felt a little bit strange, right? Because the cardinal virtues weren't actually bringing about the endless light, right? So it was kind of like put all of your ducks in a row. And then with Endwalker, the fact that the blasphemies are still there doesn't fully make sense either. The writers sort of hand wave it as saying, oh, these blasphemies are still around, but like they shouldn't be with the Endsinger out of the picture. So I kind of want to do at least one role quest along with everybody else. We will purposefully not do the other ones. We'll save all of the rest of them for when we're done. But I want to do at least one of them hand in hand. So yeah. How many bits does the strip show cost? For me stripping Elish? I don't know. 500. That's probably why they're not tying role quests to the main plot this time. Gotcha. This has nothing to do with the main plot this time. That's fair. I'm still gonna do it the way that I'd like to. I appreciate the input. I'm gonna try it that way this time, though. I just like the synergy of the themes and narrative. And I get that that's not for everybody. But it is for me. I see you managed to find Fonjontaine. Oh my god. Right, Fonjontaine. Uh-huh. I didn't forget that guy. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon. Y'all would not believe the time we've been having. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon after Master Ropley granted me employment, but surely he'll understand. I do this for the future of Tural. From someone with a little more authority over the language, Loa Zenagwe, or Zenakwe. God, okay. We'll refer back to it later. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Fonjontaine has agreed to sign the pot pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own hand-picked to serve the third promise is a great honor for Wachumeki Meki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tural. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job in Wachumeki Meki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fonjontaine? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fonjontaine's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. You may now unlock deliveries for Wachumeki. Speak to Ropely and pursue new endeavors as you progress through the rite of succession. Hell yeah. Oh, we got a level. Hell yeah. Oh, do I have to be a crafts person in order to unlock them? We'll come back for these later. I mean, you know, if you did, you wouldn't be too bothered. A father first. Wukalamat needs to pay a visit to the palace. Oh. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. We can look for the oil lamp. While you can pass the time however you'd like, I'd suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Oh, are you not gonna let me into the palace? Fine. Not wanting to show off your crafting glam on stream must be... You know, my crafting glam is actually quite boring, I'm pretty sure. I think it's like... I think it defaults to, the default glam because of what I did with, the goldsmith stuff, yeah. It's the mad scientist looking outfit for sure. Oh, Landsguard Messenger. At last. Welcome back, sir. You've had a Landsguard Messenger most anxiously waiting on your return. Elish of the Third Promise's entourage? I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guards stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Wukalamat. Should we go in our war gear, y'all? Is this a war gear situation? Change gear. Okay. I forgot which one I made it. Yeah, okay. Oh, and one more thing. We certainly don't have any 5-sided oil lamps. JR, that's what I'm saying. I have seen no evidence of 5-sided oil lamps so far. Oh, this is absolutely a war gear situation. Okay. I'm not thrilled with it, but it's fine. It's adequate. The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. Hell yeah! We gonna fight. Because everyone's started MSQ with vacation outfits. Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Forgive me this sudden summons.
Are those 5-sided oil lanterns on the ground?
Daughter's champion was back in the city. I couldn't resist the opportunity.
Sorry, Gulul Jaja. I need to know the answer to this. I'm not. This is a very big deal, and trust me, I am like super feeling the fight, but also
and they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland.
I mean, sailor gossip, though.
Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Assuming they don't pull some Xenos BS. So long as neither of us gets too carried away, I'm not interested in fighting you. Come on. Why don't we find out?
A spirited answer. Why not indeed?
God, that smirk.
The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales.
Also, I am so sorry. I am absolutely about to fight you. Right? Very sincerely. So sincerely, Gulul Jaja. But also, I'm so sorry. Oh my god! I owe a deep apology. Ladies and gentlemen, the 5-sided plate is real. Ladies and gentlemen, confirmation that the 5-sided plate is in fact a unique and definitely not easily replicatable item that is just all over the place. It is in fact the plate of legend. Looks like a bowl. You get it. All right, sorry. Back to the fight.
Give it your all! I want to fight to remember! Let's test the waters. They didn't even blink.
Oh, hello? Okay.
I see you know the Viper style.
Oh shit, do they say that because...
See how you handle this.
Oh god, okay. Ah, damn.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then.
Battle Breaker. I don't know what this is. Is this a tank buster? Ooh!
Resolve and Risen Kingdom. All right.
Is this an active time maneuver? What is this? Oh, hello, sir. Oh! Oh! Fuck!
Ha! Did you think you had my measure? Take this!
Uh-huh! Oh! What? I don't know what this symbol means! Okay. Luckily, I figured it out through my superior intellect, and I did not panic. I, of course, stayed calm in the face. What the fuck? Oh, I see. No, absolutely not.
No more holding back!
Okay. Oh. Uh-huh.
Stay alert!
No! Whoops. I'm gonna invuln this. Oh, wait, what? Rude.
Ha ha ha! You fight well indeed.
Yeah. Okay. So that means the other Mamulja we're gonna fight on top of a mountain isn't Galul Jaja. Because we fought Galul Jaja here. Wait, what? Wait, what?
We'll see what you're true
Oh! 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 Okay, and now it's our active time maneuver.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Doing this as a healer took a lot of the tension out of it. It was rather comical. No! Honestly, I had a great time with that solo duty. I think as a tank you have just enough tension about it.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble.
I will say, this fight, way better than the Xenos' fight in my taste. Because, like,
Stinian did not exaggerate.
Because, like, he's still saying, you still haven't seen my full strength because my head of reason is asleep, and I can buy that, right? I'm not happy with the augmented radiant sword with this glam. I wonder if I want a, like, sleeker blade.
Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here.
Uh-huh. Do you want
to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter?
Understandable.
In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your adamant defense could shield Lamati from those who would do her harm.
Does it always say adamant defense, or does it say something different based off of what class you're doing?
Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father.
He called you a healer. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
So they did stylize this a little bit. I'm into it.
Given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamati? Whether it be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
Yo. I'm thinking about Warrior of Light Elish, right? Because, like, Warrior of Light Elish is, like, a lot sweeter, a lot kinder, a lot more like, ah! But here's the thing that I'm thinking of, is every time we do anything with, like, Nanamo El Namo or any of the other leaders, right? Like, you just don't get that same energy from Wook Lamat, right? And, like, this entire time I've been so curious, like, are they trying to purposefully beat the, like, naivety out of her, or is it that, like, her, like, youthful, like, hopefulness is going to, like, outshine it all because of the whole, like, Dawn servant and stuff? the thing that I think is going to be the final decider, right, is looking at it from the perspective of Stormblood, right? Because we've had some discourse in here, and apparently the internet has as well, about whether or not Wuk-Lamat is just them doing Lys right the first time, right? And if I think back, like if we were to just switch, obviously it could not be a 1-for-1, right? But like if we were to switch Galul Jaja with Conrad Kemp, if we were to switch Wuk-Lamat with Lys, if we were to switch All Tural with Girabanya, right? It would be easy. The answer would be incredibly easy. Lys was, frankly, garbage at that point in time. Right? Like, Elise just had no idea what she was doing. She had no military experience, no knowledge. The idea that when Conrad Kemp goes, and now, Elise, I give you control of the entire resistance, we're all going, what the fuck are you doing, Conrad? And so even though I want to say she's young and has potential, we as the Warrior of Light have already lived through this. And I think that's the it's like, I desperately want to say she's young but has potential. This is her dad. Her dad is basically a god king, right? But we've already lived through Lys. We've already lived through the resistance. Easy for you as Susie, she'd butter up. It's that this is not Eorzea, I wager. She doesn't need to be like them because these people don't need that kind of ruler. Oh, interesting, Nixus. You do raise a very good point. But yeah. I'm going to be more cynical.
Well, I did ask you to speak your mind, but agreed, she's not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lama T thinks she understands our many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized.
That makes sense, Wirebound.
As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking.
Right, which this has been something that I've been wondering.
This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one.
I would have you walk the fields as a man.
And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and been loved in turn. Guide Lama T as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it.
Uh-oh.
There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
Uh-oh.
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries.
Uh-huh.
You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Resna, I say this with affection. You're the only one who thinks of this as a moment.
Watch over her, champion.
So if this was...
Recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galof's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset.
If this was a, like, pre-Endwalker thing, I would expect an Ascian to come out of the shadows now, right? Does this not feel like after we first meet Archbishop Thornton and he's like, yes, I will definitely help you. Like, this is prime Ascian walking out of the shadows moment.
The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Okay. That was a moment, how dare. Okay, Clary. Listen, you wanna smooch the twin-headed king? Do whatever you do. I will say though, I am upset about how irrefutably this is like the best feeling. Oh god! Oh, Wuklamat is back over here. I didn't see the quest marker. I was just ready to leave. Irrefutably, this is the like best feeling, like center of governance so far. Okay, guards, arrest this person. I've never seen them before in my life. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zoralja, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else of you? A small favor, nothing more. Well, if that's all it was... You straight up lied to her. I assume her response was more or less the same. The shape of peace. Wuklamat thinks it's time to gather her allies for the road ahead. I am curious, because that says Ruthenium, right? Oh, I'm not. No. That's okay. Okay. Sword and shield, nice. We'll have to see how we feel about the others, right? Oh, that's interesting. Do they not have a... Oh, wacky. Okay. Sorry, I'll stop being distracted. She says the same thing. Identical. Gotcha. Aside from the artifact gear, you hate the gear sets this X pack? Oh, really? We'll have to see. I've been enjoying some of them aesthetically, like conceptually, but I've literally only seen the first dungeons, right? So I did enjoy the like bone work. It's not quite Elish's speed, but like I was really agonizing over the sword and shield. So yeah. The Ruthenium set is recolored Troyan, also dyeable. Gotcha. Thank you, JR. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I have otherwise asked everyone to meet at the 4-yard cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? Damn it, Papa. I will say, the knowledge that Galul Jaja would kill Estinian is very funny to me. The next dungeon's gear is cute. Maybe not for everyone's character, but very nice sets nonetheless. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Await your companions and continue with the rite of succession? Hell yeah. Oh god, there's so many people here! Okay, goodbye. Oh, I'm still in my war gear. It's fine. We can do a cutscene or two in war gear. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go. I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fonjontaine. Shall we depart for Oathenshire, then? A word before you go. Wukevu, what are you doing here? Ah, I spend my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the Third Promise's departure. Please take up your axe and rend my flesh unto taco meat. Tacos. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Right then, I won't let it bother me either. What was that all about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. Is Wukevu going to give us the abandon your quest? That's right. It's the final step in the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tural for 1,000 years. Yet when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. Maybe it's because I've got, like, epic soundtracks stuck in my head, you know, like the Troy Saga, the Ocean Saga, etc. But, like, is this going to be a those who go in search do not return because they've been so fundamentally changed as a person? The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. Okay, so he's not telling us off of it entirely, but he's issuing a warning. Cave of Wonders lava trap. Exactly, Shay. It's good to see you. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wokevu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, then how did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yakhoi. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time, but first, let us see Fontaine safely to the Moblin's care. So obviously Bakul Jaja is going to try and kidnap Fontaine from us, right? Meanwhile, in Kozama Uka,
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected.
Surreal is doing mind control bullshit, right?
Eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them.
What is Zarielja's thing?
Are of value. Wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Also, this goldsmith who was just like, yeah, I'm here for the journey.
Step aside.
Hell yeah.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones.
He's not wrong.
And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head.
Okay, that is wrong.
The Dawn Servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
So curious.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Interesting. Surrealja's just convinced Zoralja's gonna win. Why?
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint. I can kill him whenever I please.
Interesting. I will also say, much prefer this demonstration of power, right?
Your part in this is far from over.
The Zoralja-Surrealja dynamic so far is feeling very Xenos Fandaniel, right? Like, I can't be the first person to point out that, right? Oh man, we got Fonjontaine here without incident. Okay, sure. JR also points out, I would have thought that willing participant rule would have forbidden poaching them from another candidate. I think the thing is, though, that the electors have to report back to Galul Jaja, right? Otherwise, basically any one of the claimants could just go back and be like, oh, they attacked me and I wasn't a willing participant, and try and disqualify, right? So it has to be done in the line of sight of an elector. So as long as Bakul Jaja just stays out of line of sight of an elector, theoretically he can kind of get away with it, right? Excuse me. We're back, and we've brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Feng Zhongting, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Ashtane's Aesthetics in Ulda. Wonderful, impressive. You are first to return, Third Promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Helphand will show you to the work pot. This is it, then. I look forward to hearing you proclaimed Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fonjontaine. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. Oh, I forgot to change out of war gear again. Oh well. You have met the requirements of the Feat of Pots. Rhetorok presents your keystone with joy, smiles, and well-wishing. That makes 3. More potsworn candidates? Come, tell Rhetorok your tales. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, sure. Blue raspberry toffee? Uh-huh. Woot gummy? Uh-huh. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Oh ho ho! You are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zoralja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Charlean knowledge you so cherish, and arm Tural with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. I mean, like, this is what I'm saying, though. Like, I'm saying this the whole time, like, why doesn't Kona do that, though? Not for Zoralja, obviously, but for, Wuklamot. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliolal is known for its advanced technology, just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Charlean. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliolal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlean whole. I've got bad news, Zoralja. They've got a literal spaceship, Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting, until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Redorok is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliolal, there were no pot packs for the pot sworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Oh, that makes me look at the moblins in a very different way. Until the day Gulul Jaja arrived, the families of the Grab Snatched pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We fear death had come for us, but Gulul Jaja just wanted to talk. You're not a war-make people, but you kidnapped goldsmiths to make your pots? Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed, the oil lanterns constructed. Kona going for a science victory while Zoralja is going for the military victory. Yeah, JR, we were actually comparing them to Civ last time, right? Obviously, Wuklamad is going for the culture victory. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Gulul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs. Yes, reason and clever think changed Mobby's ways of life. I think all the allied societies should become playable, whether or not that's going to happen. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. Can't think of them as a Zelda enemy. Same thing, JR. I've literally never played a Zelda game, and I'm thinking of the Zelda enemy. We should be getting on as well. But cool Jaja never did come back, did he? Do you have a moment, Third Promise? Rakarok would repay you for helping with Kahi. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness, a city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Do you think they're going to pull an Emerald City from Wizard of Oz situation? Put on these gold glasses. They will protect you from the city's golden shine. Excuse me, Rakarok. Where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime Yakhoi friends. They live up in the mountains, in Urkopacha. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. Their joy smiles! Okay. I gotta use the loo super fast. I will be right back. This is not constituting a full break, because I saw that we just had an ad break. So I won't force you guys to go through another one, but I will be right back. Okay, we're back. It's real. We're here. Ooh, da, 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 da. Thank you. Time to put back on our adventuring glam. The stories describe a place of boundless happiness, but are also rife with dire warnings of seekers who did not return. What are we to make of this? Probably if everybody got there and it was a city of eternal happiness, they wouldn't want to leave. These tales raise many questions. Let us hope the giants have answers. Time to do Aether Current quests? I can't tell how serious you're being. The head of Reason in Redorok's story sounds so different from the head of Resolve. They share the same body, yet their personalities are wholly distinct. It unsettles me that Zaralja is even a claimant in the first place. Surely his father cannot condone his violent ambitions. Do you want me to do Aether Current quests simultaneous? We can. Where is Fonjontaine? Have I hunted regular ones? No, absolutely not. Fonjontaine! Wait, what? Oh. Fonjontaine! I shall be cheering on Wooklamat from Earthenshire. Okay. Well, that wasn't worth it. Right. We should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkopacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there is a road which leads up the mountains. Let's find that first. Oh, it's the guy! The guy from the place, you know, with the fairies and the guy who makes the ground disappear. You get it. The guy from the place. Don Meg's second boss. Thank you. That's what I said. I said that as well. Similarly, just as eloquent and prepared. Me too, I said it. One day we're sailing up rivers, and the next we're hiking up mountains. The highlands are where the Lay of Proof took place, that being Galul Jaja's encounter with the Yakhoi. But 'tis also the stage for the Lay of Eyes, where heroes fought the monstrous Vilgarmanda. I am most curious to know what the rite will demand of us there. We're to meet with the Yakhoi at last. This road will take us through the mountains of the Urkopacha Highlands. An exhausting route, perhaps, but a straightforward one. I cannot believe I'm being called a slacker in chat. How dare you? Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third promise. Okay. I am about to profile this man and I'm very sorry about it. This man looks like a bandit, right? Like, I'm sorry for doing it, but like... I'm glad I caught you. Redorok asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Listen, like, scar over the eye, just like his general demeanor, like... Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long, if you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Are you fucking me right now, Wooklamat? Why have an entourage? Knowing Wuklamat, she was probably eating sweets behind their backs and forgot to pay the shopkeeper, or something equally careless. Oh yeah, it's not like we don't know where Bakul Jaja is right now. He had rather interesting hair for a Hyur. Or should I say a Tonawata. In any case, strange that I never noticed him while we were in Earthenshire. That man seemed familiar somehow, but I just can't place him. I'm eager to continue to the Highlands and meet a Yakhoi face to face. We've heard much about them, but I'm not entirely sure what to expect. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. What do you mean? What's wrong with my inventory? This isn't right-click sorted. What I'm stunned by is the fact that we're not going after Wuklamat. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let us wait a little longer. Why are we doing it like this? We're just really going. Why don't we stay here and do nothing? That's painful, and your inventory is 90% dies? Like, we could literally see whether or not they went into town. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? But how? There's only one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wuklamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Ridderock who had business with her, yes? This is getting a little ridiculous. Oh, also, does the new deep dungeon, Eureka Orthos, does it let people level up to 100? Has anyone tried that? I have not set foot in Eureka Orthos in a while, so... Something's not right. I can feel it. Oh yeah? Can you? I pray not untoward has befallen the third promise. She doesn't seem to be here. I'd thought Wuklamat was just being her usual impulsive self, but now I'm not so certain. Yeah? Why would you not be certain, Erinville? Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wuklamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Rhetoric did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. What? Then who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where is Lamati? Is she not with you? You know what, Raven? It's a good question. You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable. Yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. Orionje, I was literally just about to say the same thing. Not word for word, but yeah. I mean, in the interest of fairness, it is stupid that we let that go, right? Like, okay, number one, all of the moblins in the village are like help hands or working for the pot shares. I've instantly forgotten the pot packs. So we definitely never saw that individual anywhere before. And then why would Rhetoric send him? Like, I don't know. Like, it's like a lot of little things that are just like, okay. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Elish and I should work together at least, the better to facilitate communication between our groups. Not because Kona wants to frickin' beat us up for losing his sister. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. We'll be on our way as well. Right. Keep in touch. Did you guys also notice that when Erenvel uses his Link Pearl, he does bring his hand up to his ears, which are on top of his head? Come, we should begin our search. Vieria Warriors of Light do not do that, which is funnier. Go. This is most worrisome. If Rhetoric hears anything, she will let you know. Lost promise. Kona is anxious to begin the search for Wuklamant. If Lamati was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here. Except Rhetoric swears she didn't see her. In which case, 'tis entirely possible that Lamati never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry stationed at the opposite entrance. If the guard did not see Lamati, then we can be fairly sure she's not in Earthenshire. She's not one to pass without notice. The third promise. Mobby has been standing at his post with diligent eye-watchings. He has seen no claimants pass this way. What of a Tonawauta with brightly colored hair? Mobby knows something of this one. He heard tongue flaps about a Pelu peddler in Many Fires who was attacked by a crazy hair bandit on the road. A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here, though I wish it were otherwise. Can I tell you guys something? If this was Shadowbringers or Endwalker, I wouldn't be like, they've just killed Wuklamant, right? I'm like middlingly sure she's fine, but like, man, it sure would be a punch in the gut if they did that, huh? We must consider the possibility that the Tonawautan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Many Fires. I'd like a word with this peddler, should they still be around. Why are we going to the peddler and not to where all of the bandits are? Oh, you know what this is actually a great opportunity for? It is a princely 60 gil. But now I can show you guys riding on the... Oh my god, he flies. Oh, okay. This is not normal. This is not usual. This is not usual for the chocobo keeps. The chocobo keeps go on ground. So, the fact that the alpaca flies, I guess, you know, obviously I cannot control because it is going along a predetermined route, but yeah. All right, there you go. We don't, this is not ours, Raven. We're using the alpaca keeps. Wacky. Okay. It is an obtainable mount, but I don't have it yet. That's true. I didn't know that it was obtainable, yeah. Here, Elish. This is the merchant who ran afoul of the bandit. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I'd recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, Second Promise. It was that scoundrel, Walkessa, who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Walkessa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel, and with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. Little wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure out Walkessa out of hiding. Then when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail. Literally, what other choice do we have, right? An excellent plan. And I have the right garments for your disguise. At a specially discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. Damn, hello? Kona, who? Now we lay the bait. I will precede you to many fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Walkessa is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. I pray that your scheme is successful. Time to play our parts. Okay. This is a terrible way to execute your scheme, Kona. I thought I was supposed to follow considerably behind you and tell everyone what a rich, wealthy, and incredible merchant you were. There, that Sabral fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you've put on an appropriate display, we can continue to our next performance. How happy it made me, huh? We want Wowkesa to notice us. Be loud and convincing. I didn't even know /happy was an emote. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Something I can do for you, friend. You have the kind eyes of Rawl's full attention. Play the role of a happy collector who's acquired a rare and expensive gemstone. Oh, you know, if I'm really happy, I'd probably be very joyful. Are you confused? I know I am. How many bits to get me to not do this? A measly 100 of your government's bits. The Sabral is unsure of the message you're trying to convey. Play the role of a happy collector who has acquired a rare and expensive gemstone. Okay. If I'm happy, I need to converse with them to convey how happy I am, right? No, for some reason that didn't work. Okay. You know what it is? It's because if I genuinely converse with him, he'll be able to detect that there's something going on. So obviously, the correct action is to scheme. No, weird. That didn't work. I don't... Man, this is a toughie. Maybe if I show him my spirit? Okay, it's not spirit. I don't know. I don't know what it could possibly be. I don't actually know anymore. /dance maybe? I'm so happy I could dance. How do you feel about this Riverland dance? No, it's not that. Oh, you know what? Horsefont was very happy. If I do the Horsefont emote. No. Man. If only we knew what emote we were supposed to do in this situation. This is a toughie. Oh, you know what happy people do? They laugh. No. Okay. What else? /smile? No, it's not that. What about a playful wink? No, it's not that. Oh, I know what it is. It's a cheerful thumbs up. /dote. Oh my god, when you're happy, you blow him a little kiss. Okay. Fist bumps are happy, Shay. You are so right. Let me offer him a fist bump. Weird, that didn't work. I don't know. Can anyone... What is the answer here? It's a toughie. It's a tough one. I don't know what this guy wants. Take my pants off and see if that helps. Hello, sailor. A rare gemstone from that Hetsaro merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. Y'all, happy is an emote. All we had to do was slash happy. A good start, but I would make certain Walkesa is aware of me. Let's continue. I really need you to give us an emote other than happy. That moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours, Elish. No, it's slash happy again. Okay. I used up your patience, no more. Wow. Golly. The head sorrow sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Bobby is happy for your happiness. Bobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have made. This is an insane scheme. Can I show you Elish doing this emote from the front so you can see the funny kick jump? Sorry, all of the patience is gone. I am in patience debt. Do you see that cheery Pelu? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and then we'll be done with this part of our charade. How nice to see a smiling face. Care to share the reason of it? I've heard nothing but mumblings and grumblings since that storm passed through. Alright, because I have to do one more anyways, as a special treat. There you go. A passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the permanent merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, huh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows, maybe opportunity will find me even as it found you. Ah, surely he will not be suspicious of this particular encounter. Ah, my most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop and then return forthwith to Tuliolal. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. How did anyone ever fall? Okay. Bandits aren't the brightest people? Yeah, apparently. You played your part to perfection, Elish. How can I possibly be in patience debt? Kona says I played my part to perfection. A man of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now let us lure Walkesa out and spring our trap. I don't think so. I don't think Kona would. A brother's duty. Kona wishes to execute the final stage of his plan. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. Oh wow, alright, there you go. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Walkesa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. Okay, so Will tell us what he's done with Lama T. I mean, I presume he's handed him over to, Got a little Jaja, right? Doesn't look like the caravan to Earthenshire will be leaving anytime soon. Perhaps the moblins might slip me a few gil to keep the nasties from the gates while I wait. Please stop looking directly at me. It does kind of give up the ghost. Oh, this? Oh, this what? Oh. Oh no. I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. Oh, I'm not in my war gear. I am very much dressed like I'm on holiday still. You are that gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. How did you not recognize me from your trick with Wuklamant? Spit in your eye, men! Kill these Vidral! Okay. Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you would be so kind, Elish, pray leave them capable of speech. We're gonna show off our fighting technique in front of Kona. What if Kona learns all of our weaknesses from it? I would assist you, but alas, I am unarmed. Oh, I see. Because I said the words unarmed. I see what you're doing. I was hoping to talk to your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as a trophy as soon as I get free of these ropes. Yeah? I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat pack of shit, salt lover. You'll not get answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Wuklamant? He spoke in italics. I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. Yo! Is Kona gonna actually kill one of them? Ah, boring. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired by whom? We weren't told that either. Only Walkesa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader, after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. But perhaps you could pursue Alcesa in the meantime? The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him, rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamati is being held. Excuse me. Go after Alcesa. I'll watch these miscreants until they can be taken into Landsguard custody. I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was gonna be an opportunity for Kona to actually straight up murder one of them. What's up? What about my gear? What's the problem? Huh? What's your problem with my gear? Lacks pompadour. That's true. It does lack a certain pomp and circumstance. Oh my god, is he hiding amongst the reeds? Because he has pink hair. Okay, no, he is just running, sure. Dude, how slow of a runner are you that I could catch up to you? Ah, I see. Yeah. This fucking sucks. There's so much space to cover here. Okay, fine. Video games are easy, actually. Oh my god, he's so far ahead. Oh my god. Sprint isn't up for another 22 seconds. Oh my god, don't you dare. Easy. Video games are easy, actually. Can't believe all y'all had trouble with this. What an easy video game, actually. I mean, why impatient? Y'all were talking about how beautiful the scenery was, right? I am not hiding right now, by the way. I think I'm just outside of his range of vision. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Finally, my money. Give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that man was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Such poetry in your soul, Wakesa. Oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Kona told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? And you think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wakesa and stand the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I now understand why you guys were complaining. Now I get it. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Do I now have to tail the Mamulja? Or will they just give this to me? Alright, I get it now. Can we go inside? Oh, we can go inside there. Oh, that's crazy. Tree's too thin. No, it's fine. It's a fine tree. I'm a master of stealth. Clunk, 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 clunk. Oh. Can't believe JR was trying to get me spotted. Oh god. Oh, okay. What? Oh, is this supposed to be our boat?
Better late than never. That Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wuk-Lamat. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
I have been told that we're not too far from the next trial. How true versus how false is that?
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Aw, Kona. Sweet boy.
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so we could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived.
I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her!
Oh no! Be patient. Trust in Thancred.
I do trust him, but...
Forgive me.
No, dude, it is super understandable.
I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore...
Oh no!
I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Tancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes?
Yeah, the Punati was freed.
Why release the Punati if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
Because you've got many fires to put out. We've got one fire to put out. It's finding Wuklemat. So that is what we were judging, Wirebone. Good to see you, Sharp. I think I'm gonna call it here. We'll pick up this upcoming Tuesday on the search for Wuklemat, I think. And yeah, that bombastic bombshell from Kona, and being worried about where all the heck everybody is, huh? Thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. I appreciate it. We are going to try and get through all of Dawntrail. Don't know why I said it that way, but yeah, we're gonna keep rocking and rolling. So I hope you guys have been enjoying. We're taking it at a comparatively leisurely pace because we like doing a lot of analysis, like the oil lamps, and also talking about design choices. So yeah, if you guys are at all curious or want to know how we've been responding to some things, we do also simulcast over on YouTube. All of the previous streams are on there. We can go ahead and collate those into a playlist and the whole 9 yards. So yeah, I will catch you guys around. And, excuse me. Let's see. Oh, you know who we haven't hung out with in a hot second? Rain Silvermoon is currently streaming Final Fantasy XIV. They are actually doing Heaven's Ward MSQ, which is some of my favorite. So I'll go drop you guys over there. Drop them a follow if you feel so inclined, and otherwise, I will catch you guys around. Bye!